Alright everyone, welcome back. Today we'll be doing some more Pokemon X runs with Gourgeist and Trevenant. I originally did these Pokemon very early on into 2025, and my skills weren't the best, obviously. And today, I hope to give these Pokemon a lot better of a chance. If we look at the current placements, Trevenant is actually top of the A tier. It's actually faster than my re-ranking of Chestnut. So I do think Trevenant can get a good time. Gourgeist, though, not so much. Gourgeist's main problem is it's a defensive Pokemon. We're going to be running the average size. So we're going to have average speed and pretty decent defense, okay attack. But this thing's starting set is terrible. I hope y'all had time to look over it. I'm going to bring it up again really quick. Trick, Astonish, Confuse Ray, and Scary Face. We're going to have to get Struggle for the very first trainer in the game. The one with a Zigzagoon. And we're not going to have a move to hit normal types until level 16 when we get Razor Leaf. Yeah, that's not going to be fun. At least we can use Trick or Treat to add the Ghost typing, but here's the thing. A normal Ghost type is still immune to Ghost. So using Trick or Treat will not work on the Zigzagoon. It doesn't change its typing, it adds the Ghost typing. That's completely different. Also, hello, let's see, Daniel Sky Knight, Eel, Dominic, Bracker. Which, yeah, we're running the average form. Will Trevenant be able to scare Gourgeist like it did to Snow White, or will it be the other way around with this spooky, scary pumpkin? It's the Great Pumpkin. He comes out of the Great Pumpkin Patch and gives candy to all the good boys and girls. I'm happy Minshew became #1 in the S tier, but sad Aegislash didn't move up. Yeah, Aegislash's biggest problem is Malva. Malva's a big problem for it. So was Grant. Yeah, unfortunately Scott's Solodex software doesn't have the other forms, but we're gonna run the average form anyway. Alright, so let's go over our ability, nature, hidden power. Our ability is going to be our hidden ability, Insomnia. You may be wondering what Insomnia does. It prevents us from going to sleep. So we're not going to be able to use rest strats at all, but being immune to sleep powder and hypnosis will be good. Its other abilities aren't as useful. The main problem with the other abilities is Pickup is not really that useful in a solo run. And the other one is Frisk, which is just useless. Malva being a problem for steel types, what a shocker. Yeah, you probably won't be surprised, but Malva will be an issue today as well. And our hidden power typing was actually tough for me. I originally thought maybe hidden power, water, or rock for Malva, but the thing is, we actually already get Rock Slide, so I'm figuring, like, what else could be a major threat? And I was thinking Pyroar on the Lysander fights. So I'm actually going to go with Hidden Power Fighting, because other than Hidden Power Fighting, our only other fighting moves are Focus Blast and Rock Smash. I feel like we're going to need decent fighting coverage for the Team Flare section, so that was the reason I went to Hidden Power Fighting. Okay, yeah, so I guess we're immune to Sleep Powder, but at least we can't get hit with Hypnosis. There are plenty of Pokemon in this game that have Hypnosis. Or Yawn, for example. I'll be immune to Yawn. But besides, though, the other two abilities were kind of garbage. Doesn't get HM moves? I guess it doesn't, no. And our nature is going to be mild. This will give us extra special attack and less defense. Our special attack isn't as good as our physical attack, but if you look on our TM side, our only setup move is actually Charge Beam. So I get the feeling we're going to want to run special moves at some point. So I think giving ourselves extra special attack is going to be the way to go. We might still use physical attacks as well, but we need some special options, I'm sure. And I do want to make sure we get Flamethrower, which in Anastar, I believe it has to be daytime. Let me double check. I want to make sure I start my time correctly. from a Hex Maniac, 11 a.m. to 5:59. Okay, so let's see. So from what I've learned from the Sun and Moon runs, even though I'm playing my game at 4 times speed, the real-time, quote-unquote real-time, still moves at 1 time speed. So I'm just going to set this to 11 a.m. Core reboot. Alright, so this will guarantee we get access to Flamethrower. By the way, I know unrelated, but I'm thinking about doing voice acting for a few indie projects. That's nice. Good for you. The Hoenn special. What, being a mixed attacker? Yep. Unfortunately. Alright, I'd say let's get started. Ah, stupid thing. Sometimes the controls randomly change ports from like port 1 to port 2. It's usually when I have another controller plugged in with a USB cable. It's annoying. I don't think this will be a bad run. I mean, it's not going to be bad, but the early game's going to be rough. Anyway, 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, Drosna's going to be bad too. Yeah, I hope y'all can see this bad moveset. Astonish, Confuse Ray, Scary Face, and Trick. I believe once you do the catching tutorial with Kalem, your Pokemon do not get auto-healed, so I think probably on some wild Pidgeys and Zigzagoons, I'm gonna need to drain all my power points. Oh wait, not on Pidgeys. Pidgeys have Gust. Growth rate? Shoot, I didn't look it up. I'll look during the catching tutorial. Give me a sec. Medium fast. Pidgey only gets Gust at level 5, if I remember correctly. We'll give it a try. Okay, I do want Trick or Treat. Get rid of Scary Face. No, get rid of Trick. Trick is going to be garbage. Trick or Treat will help make Astonish do super effective damage. Okay, let's try this thing. I know if it's not legendary or starter, the growth rate's easier to remember. Usually legendaries and starters are easier to remember. Starters are always medium slow, and almost all legendaries are slow. Hey, at least this is pretty quick, actually. Alright, now I'm gonna need to find a normal type. This'll do. Man, PP draining is really fast when the opponent can't hit you. It's like fighting a Magikarp. Alright, I gotta be careful not to use Struggle on this thing. Austin. Also, Struggle does 25% of your max HP in recoil. See, 1 HP. The reason I survived at 1 HP is actually because I have an odd number amount of health. Okay, is there any other mandatory trainers coming up with Zigzagoon? There's the Skater, but I'm gonna want my health back because I want to fight some of the trainers in here. Not the left trainer there. That trainer's got Fletchling, so do not fight that kid. This girl, I believe, doesn't have a normal type. Pikachu, okay. I mean, Razor Leaf won't be mandatory for Viola, but we're going to want that move as soon as possible. Alright, I believe the other girl over here has a Fletchling. I'm going to save and double check. Funnelby, reset. Alright, so let's not fight that person. You know what? Just because Shauna can heal me, I might actually train in this forest for a little bit. The Pokemon here give pretty decent yields. Some of the Pokemon here give better yields than the trainers on the outside of the forest. Like that Pansage gave 36 XP. The trainer by Santaloon City that has the 3 elemental monkeys only give 40 XP each. So the wild Pansage was very, very close. I think it's because that kid's monkeys were only level 3, so that's probably why. The question is, like, how long should we train here? Because the problem is, as soon as we leave, there's that trainer again with the Zigzagoon. And I know there's another trainer with a Baneri. There's one with a Bunnelby. But there's no trainer in the Santaloon gym that has a normal type. You know, I think I'll train to level 10. Oh, apparently Shauna won't heal me if my Pokemon haven't taken damage. Okay, so Shauna will not heal you if your Pokemon are at full HP, so that's good to know. Yeah, I know we don't get any other moves to level 16, but I don't think we need to train there for that long. Just get level 10, and then I'll need to get Struggle again for the Roller Skater. Yeah, because I'm watching my XP bar. The XP is not really that efficient anymore. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to have something do some damage to me. So that way I can get a heal from Shauna. I think getting explosion's funny. I think that's a reference to something. Okay, that guy, I believe, has a normal type. Let me check. Yep, it does. Azuril's normal fairy. That girl, I'm very confident has a Baneri, so I'm going to skip her. Okay, let's test out that whole theory here. Okay, it does have only tackle. This is going great. Cool, he knocked himself out. No. Yeah, fight this kid. This kid with the monkeys. This'll help drain some of the Astonish PP. See, 40 XP. Because of the fact these monkeys are level 3, the monkeys in the forest basically give better XP yields because they're a higher level. I mean, it's 36 XP compared to 40, but still. Alright, that's all the PP. Thankfully, I don't think the Zigzagoon has any moves that can hit me. I'd actually like to fight some of the trainers to the east of here. So I'm not going to heal. I'm just going to get some potions. It gets trick or treat 3 times? 4 times? Yeah, they want to make sure you get it. Also, with the fact that Struggle does 25% of your max HP, if your HP is an odd number, you can get away with using it up to 5 times. 4 times without dying. Yep, I lost. That was because I had an even number of health, which I do not want. So, in that case, I'm going to need to go into this grass here. Okay, maybe not the grass. I'm going to go fight the trainers that I skipped. Because I need to have an odd number of health. Because otherwise I'm going to lose. Oh, it was a Pichu, not a Baneri. Okay. Yeah, I knew the Litleo was there. .38 health. Worry seed. Gross. Okay, unfortunately, that is still an even amount of health. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work. I'm gonna try it again anyway, just in case. Yeah, it's not. I'm just gonna fight the trainers down here and then black out to Viola. Hey, Robert. Yeah, we don't get orange berries until after Lumio City. I'll just black out to this person. Eel, yeah, it is a terrible beginning, but it's completely unavoidable for me. I mean, thankfully the next route doesn't have any mandatory battles, so that's good. Alright, now I have an odd number of health. Bit too late for that. At least I'll get return, yeah. Alright, here's something I'm going to do. I'm going to use Trick or Treat. Scary Face. So that way I could potentially get Astonish Flinches. Damn Infestation. Hey, ghost types don't always get terrible beginnings. If this thing started with Vine Whip or something, it'd be a lot better. I'm gonna confuse it as well. Ooh, must have got a crit. Nice. There we go. I need to be very careful to avoid the roller skaters, though. That guy, I believe, has a Pichu and something else, but it's not something I want to fight. Return. Let's go. Get rid of Scary Face. Right now, we only have 123 friendships, so that's about slightly under 50 power, I'd say. Yep, no more struggle. Hopefully. There's no TMs here we want, is there? Let's see, we don't get Bulldoze, we don't get Swords Dance. Pretty much nothing good. And I'm getting smoke screened. And I have the XP share up. Well, you pretty much know the rules. I always have to have at least one battle where it's still up before I remember to turn it off. Alright, get myself the Quick Claw. It'll be pretty useful to have. You're going to be low ranked for sure. I mean, right now, it's at the end of the C tier. And that was my old playthrough. Here's a question. Let's see. Astonish is 30 power. Stab is 45. Super effective is 90. So using Trick or Treat with Astonish is 90 base power. So Astonish with Trick or Treat is actually going to be better than Return for the most part. Can you imagine if I accidentally used Trick or Treat and it was just immune to all damage? That would have been funny. Can we learn Thief? Yeah, we can. I'm gonna go get that. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and teach Thief. Actually, Trick or Treat with Thief is actually gonna be better. So I'm gonna teach Thief over Astonish. Because a super effective Thief is 120 base power. So Thief with Trick or Treat will actually be better than Return. Whoops. Oh no, I couldn't get put to sleep. Razor Leaf. Okay, I'm gonna delete... Confuse Ray. Oh, that's funny. It costs $1,000, but since I already spent all my money, the guy lets me in anyway. Guess what, guys? I'm a freeloader. Why did you take a blackout? I blacked out of the Viola's gym on one of the gym trainers because I wanted the experience, but the only way to get out of her gym is to either beat the gym leader or black out. I was looking at the TMs on South Lumios. There's Rain Dance, Sunny Day, Bulldoze, Swords Dance, and Struggle Bug. Nothing the pumpkin can learn. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. The only good TMs that are even down there are pretty much Bulldoze and Swords Dance. Those are the only ones that people would actually care about. Then again, in Omega Ruby, I do plan to re-rank Volbeat. Volbeat in Illumise will actually benefit a lot from Struggle Bug. It's actually on Flannery. Flannery with Struggle Bug is actually really good, because it's a guarantee special attack drop. It is a failsafe to prevent soft locks, yeah. They all kind of stink. I mean, Illumise, or Volbeat does get access to Tail Glow, which boosts your special attack by 3 stages. Illumise not having Tail Glow is going to be rough. Oh yeah, Illumise was really bad when I played it. Yeah, one's erratic and one's fluctuating. You know, I should have expected a blackout on a random-ass person. Alright, save. Yeah, it's always the random people in this game. That's kind of one of the interesting things about X and Y. The random trainers are more terrifying than the actual gym leaders. Yeah, that person specifically. Yeah, Paulette. This thing even hit me. Foresight. Alright, I'm not sure there's any reason we would want the heart scale besides getting Phantom Force, but I'll pick it up anyway. One escape ropes, antidotes, paralyze heals, 11 super potions. You know, since it's a slower run, what? Let's see. Let's put on that. That's pretty much it. There, let's change it up a bit. All the mother packs is just one shirt. Yeah, don't sell the heart scale this time. Yeah, I'm not fighting Hedwig, that's for sure. Why the heck would Furfru be a reference to the Farfetch'd? That makes no sense. You mean the little, like, fetching side quest? I don't know, that's too vague. Hey, sometimes one shirt with a pair of jeans is enough. I've worn jeans like 5 days a week for the last 5.5 to 6 years. Poodle. Meanwhile, the gym leader has no flying type moves. Which gym leader are we talking about? Leech Seed? Nah. Leech Seed is one of those moves where it's very, very good if the opponent uses it, but when I use it, it's very, very bad. Some other examples of that move, of those kinds of moves, are Hypnosis. Likely Karina. Karina does have a flying type move, Flying Press. Well, actually, no, actually. Flying Press is a fighting type move, but it also does flying type damage, but I'm pretty sure ghost types are immune to it. Someone can probably confirm or deny that. Yeah, with how mediocre our stats are, the expert belt will definitely be a good item. Ghosts are immune to flying press. Okay, that's good. So yeah, the only Pokemon on Karina's team that can even hit a ghost type is Machoke's Rock Tomb. I don't know if any of her Pokemon have Foresight. Ow. That Masquerade's pretty scary. Okay, don't fight it this time. +5 friendship. Oh yeah, leftovers will be pretty good too. I think from now on in my X and Y runs, I'm just always going to get the expert belt by default. Nope, I am not getting rest this time because of insomnia. Okay, I'm actually going to go do some training. I am no way ready to take on Grant right now. Oh, I love Freeze Dry. Choice Specs, Freeze Dry, White Kyurem. Oh my god. That thing is a beast. Shame I can't use it in Champions because no legendaries are allowed. The generation where outfit customization appeared, it's literally X and Y. That was one of the biggest points in the game, was customization. Peach Rock Smash? I don't know, because here's the thing, like, they're also weak to... Actually, it would be better against the Tyrant. You know what? Yeah, you're right. No, regular Kyurem is not good in competitive. It's White Kyurem. White Kyurem is the best. Apparently, I remember in the different Smogon tiers, I think some tiers have Black Kyurem ranked lower than regular Kyurem. I just tried to use Return on a Pokemon I used Trick or Treat on. Honestly, Daniel Sky Knight, I wouldn't know. I do not like paying attention to Smogon tiers. I think a lot of those tiers are arbitrary. Like, they're forced on by other people. I just don't like them. Alright, I think I'll keep training here to level 25 and I'll be all good. OU stands for overused. Okay, let's go take on the gym now. Oh, almost forgot protein. Yeah, I agree with banning evasion. I will still never forgive that one asshole who beat me because his Hisuian Overquill was running Recover, Substitute, and Minimize. And he just whittled down my whole team. I will never forgive that guy. That guy did not deserve that win. Bullet Seed, gross. It is a toxic strategy, yeah. Alright, Rock Smash. Delete Return for now. I want to hold on to Trick or Treat for a bit longer. Oh, it actually survived that. Okay. Okay. Level 26 was perfect. That was a clean two-shot. Question. Does anyone know where the TM for Charge Beam is? No, Moody's a pretty funny ability. We get Rock Tomb, we do not. Route 13. 13. Oh, that's the route. That's the power plant route, correct? The power plant one? Oh. Can these things even hit me? These things can't even hit me. Also, Trick or Treat on the Lucario is not good. Adding the Ghost type just makes him neutral to Dark. Oh, they nerfed Moody to not do accuracy and evasion? That's a lot. That's pretty good. I actually wonder how Scott would handle Moody. Although, up to Generation 5, I think only hidden abilities can be Moody. No regular Pokemon has Moody. You would probably ban that ability because it has the chance to give you an evasion boost. I don't know. He did do a dumb thing when he played the Drapion line in Platinum. He would actually reset a fight if Acupressure ever boosted his evasion. Which I thought was a pretty dumb thing to do. Like, you're not purposefully aiming for an evasion boost. I feel like if you're not purposefully aiming for an evasion boost, you can get away with it. Ooh, hold on. Ow. Yeah, this girl's Gramble is pretty tough. At least Return's getting pretty powerful. Alright, Shadow Sneak. That's going to be better than Thief, I think. Yeah, pretty much the same effective power. Alright, Trick or Treat. Shadow Sneak. Razor Leaf. It's like if you went Metronome and got Double Team, do you reset? I wouldn't. Yeah, I feel like in his rule specifically, if you're not aiming for evasion, it should be fine. Like, if you get it as a side effect, then cool. Oh my god. Go away. 485 XP, that's not bad. I remember Scott said in his recent Meowth video, if he were to have made his rule set today, he would actually have allowed the TM for double team from the start. The reason he says that is because in Generation 1, that rule makes sense because double team is incredibly overpowered because it activates the badge boost glitch. But in all later games where double team got severely nerfed, it doesn't do the badge boost glitch anymore. And instead of one double team reducing 100% moves down to 66, it goes down to 75. So it's not as good of a move as it once was. I still would personally ban the TM for it just because otherwise every single Pokemon would do that strat, and I think it's pretty cheesy. And it would not be fun to play out runs where you just have to hope for like the luck to turn out like that. It just would not be fun. That's why if a Pokemon gets an evasion boosting move by level up, like Minimize or Double Team, I allow it. But if it gets the TM I ban. I think that makes the most sense. It was Scott's original rule, and then at some point he changed it to where it was evasion moves entirely, not just by level up or by TM, but just all of it. I still kept to his original rule. Some runs would be annoying because you're hoping for a miss. Okay, the Absol here is going to be annoying. Ow, that was a crit. Absol, return. That was also a crit. Screw off. Okay, so here's what I'll need. Rock Smash. Probably that protein too. Honestly, I think I need to delete Trick or Treat now. I don't think it's good anymore. Yeah, I'm gonna delete Trick or Treat. Alright, let's try that again. Dude, stop critting me. A crit into... You know what? That was not cool, dude. That was not cool. A crit into confusion into hitting myself twice. You absolute cheater. The Absol has super luck? Yeah, but not the Meow Stick. Ooh, defense drop. Nice. Okay. Please, one shot. That was not even close. I'm gonna black out and keep the XP from that. This is bad. This is the big problem ghost types have in X and Y, is this guy's Absol. Very rough. Light screen, I'll take that. Okay, hopefully level 33 over damage rounding helps. Dude, stop critting. Alright, oh wait, Braixen's not a psychic type. Return. Return again? Yes, there we go. Are you Duskull? Are you talking about Scott's Duskull run in Heart Gold Soul Silver? He absolutely blew that run early on because he deleted Nightshade. Which, for Rival 2 would have been his best move against Bayleaf. And now you can Mega Evolve, which changes nothing. Yep. Why did that guy go for one low sweep before switching? That was weird. Iron Hands. Yeah, Return should do more damage. Its base power is probably like 99 right now. Because my friendship is 249. I'm just waiting to get Shadow Ball. Right. Yep. Now she's screwed. Alright, get rid of Shadow Sneak. Like, even though our physical attack is higher than our special attack, a 40 power move to an 80 power move is a big enough upgrade to where Shadow Ball will be better. Would Phantom Force be good against Wickstrom's Aegis Slash? It bypasses Protect, right? I'm not sure how much it would matter, though, because while it's in its shield form, its defense is just so high. That's usually the problem with it. Also, I'm going to pick up Attract. I'm running a male Gourgeist specifically because I have a feeling for Malva, I'm going to want to use Attract and Charge Beam on her Pyroar. Her whole team is female. So I'm going to be running a male Pokemon, see if that helps. Alright, our friendship's max. We can go get the Lucky Egg. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it bypasses Protect, but the problem is, while it's in its shielded form, its defense is really high. That's normally the problem I have with it, not it going for Protect. And besides, I kind of don't want to keep Phantom Force that whole time. Alright, I need some more healing items. Alright, let's see how much easier this Calum fight is now. I'm confused. I hate this fight. I hate this person. What the? Why? I never turned the XP share off. You know what? I saved before this. I'm resetting. I would not be surprised if Scott ever does X and Y. He would mod the game for the XP share to always be off. Dude, that Meowstick's got frickin' cheats on. Fire spin. Oh, man. This is bad, dude. This is so bad. Okay, I think maybe hold leftovers here. Yeah, let's go leftovers. Maybe I might want to use protect. Return? Okay, a return's better. Okay, went for Psybeam. What else do you think he would change? What's an RNG thing in this? I don't know. Maybe find a way to disable those encounters on Route 13. Ones in the overworld. Okay, Return is better than Shadow Ball, but when compared to Shadow Sneak, Shadow Ball's better. Man, it kind of sucks for XP reasons. Like, I want to have the Lucky Egg, but these trainers are starting to get tough. Yeah, a very good Pokemon would be heading towards... Like, it would have just beaten... It would be in the middle of Frost Cavern right now, if this was an S-tier Pokemon. What do you mean another Granbull situation? What do you mean by that? You know, maybe I would have wanted the Metronome. I think leftovers are going to be better for this fight. Let's just go Return. Okay, at least he was easy. A Pokemon which best move is Return despite not having Stab. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'd say yes. I'd say so. I mean, our only physical ghost move is Phantom Force. And we don't even get Shadow Claw. Yeah, our only ghost type move by TM is Shadow Ball. We don't get Shadow Claw. So you know what? You know what? Even though our only setup move is Charge Beam, I may actually teach Phantom Force. eel, I know I should be using the egg, but the leftovers have been really helping me during these fights. Actually, since the sandstorm's not up, I'm gonna go get Charge Beam. Trick or treat? No. There's a PP up I'm not able to get that often because sandstorm. There's Charge Beam. But yeah, this is honestly probably the most interesting thing about X and Y solo runs is the random NPCs are actually scary. I can't really say that in Oras, though. I mean, I guess in Oras, all the trainers in the water are more terrifying. But other than that, everyone else is just eh. I think it has to do with the level scaling. The level scaling in the Hoenn games isn't the best either. Like, Steven's Metagross is level 59, I think. Alright, better save before pretty much everyone. Alright, here's a question, guys. Do you think I can beat my previous time with Gourgeist, which was a 152? Oh my god, you... Dude! Don't... Dude, come on, knock it off. Thank you. Why does this guy decide, you know what? I don't like facing a level 3 Pidgey. I'm going to use Roar on it. I really do want to move on to Oras, but I got to finish the X and Y re-ranks first. Not really. You don't think I can beat it, huh? You think my last run was just that good? Oh, I've been encored and return ran out of PP. And OBS for crows again. Of course it did. Okay, this has pretty much been a daily occurrence at this point. Hominid's gonna get shocked by the Jolteon. I was wondering how long until somebody noticed. Turn the XP share off? I did. I got roared out 500 times. No, the XP share is not on. I got roared out. Didn't you hear my frustration with Roar? Well, no, OBS didn't crash. It's just... it froze. But it wasn't the software itself. Like, when the screen was frozen, I looked at the little audio mixer bars in OBS. They were still going up and down with my voice. So the program itself didn't freeze. It was the visual thing that crashed. That froze for like a few seconds. I don't know why. Oh, speaking of OBS stuff, before the stream, I did actually, what did I do? I actually purchased an Elgato HD capture card. I spent like 60 bucks on it. I found one pre-owned on eBay. I know people say they're the best of the best when it comes to HDMI capture cards for gamers. So hopefully next time I start doing stuff on Switch, there won't be any audio desyncs anymore. But I've heard people say Elgato's a way better brand. Where's the Angie Flood song that comes on tonight? Because it's a daily occurrence at this point? We'll see. I always have it on a looped, shuffled, random playlist in my music folder. Here's a fun fact. Whenever I start up the music, it always starts off on the Explorers of Sky intro song. It's just, that's where it always starts. I think it's because it's the very first song in the folder. Is it Jolteon in preparation for this Conquest speedrun? No, it's my brother's plush. I just put it there. The Charizard and the Ammonite are mine. I bought those off Pokemon Center. My brother actually got the Jolteon from a card show. There was a booth selling plushies. I don't think the Jolteon is like an official plush. I think it was custom made by someone else or by another third party. Call it Electric Bucket. That's a weird name for a Jolteon. At least I'm gaining XP pretty good. You know what's ironic? You guys remember how good of a result Mienshao got? I think fighting types in this game are very good, but there's one slight problem. A lot of fighting type TMs come very late in the game. Oops. Like, after Rock Smash, Focus Blast is in Anastar, Brick Break is in Terminus Cave. I guess Low Sweep's in the Tower of Mastery, so that's not that bad. Power Punch Karina. Okay, you got some good fighting TMs, but like the good ones you gotta wait really late for. Okay, I've got 106 speed. That should be enough to outspeed everything. Shadow Ball the Emolga. Avoid static. At least he wasted his potions, that's good. Rock Smash. The first plush you got. The first plushes I ever got were, it was when Diamond and Pearl, like, came out. We had a Pikachu, Monferno, Primplup, and Grotle. They had little voice boxes in them with little buttons you can push. We still have them, but the voice boxes have long given out. I have a Turtwig plush, but not that specific one you're talking about. But it's from, like, when was it Legends Arceus? I think it was from when BDSP came out. Shadow Ball. Hey, Delphox is weak to Ghost finally. Seed Bomb. Ew. Could that be useful? Nah. Grass coverage is pretty garbage. I guess I could have replaced Razor Leaf. Whatever. You hear no more physical games from Sony in 2028? I did, yes. I saw it all over X this morning. Like, I understood GTA 6 not being on a disc because supposedly the game is 600 gigabytes, which is just way too abnormally large. But, the fact that they just said, yeah, we're not going to do them anymore for any games, no matter what, that's just terrible. It's freaking terrible. And I don't want to hear the excuse, well, most people buy digital anyway. That doesn't matter, dude. Oop, Gwag Hey, guys. Gwagsire's here to make us feel better. Everyone say Gwag Hey. Eel, you're a member. There's no excuse now. Say Gwag Hey. We must give our respects to Gwagsire before we continue this conversation. Good job, Shadow. Where's Boss KO? Boss KO's usually only ever message is a Gwag Hey. There you go, Masters. Eel. Come on, Eel. You know, Eel, Gwagsire's gonna haunt your dreams now. Anyway, let's continue. You weren't gonna get GTA 6 anymore? I don't believe there is a single person out there who wanted GTA 6, but then as soon as they realized it wasn't gonna be on a disc, they're like, nah, never mind. I don't think there's a single person out there. I mean, I know people who were upset about Pokopia being a key card, but I wasn't planning on getting it anyway. Okay, let's see. I want 1 Carbos, 5 Calcium, 1 Protein. I did a lot of trainers, so I'm not going to buy more vitamins just yet. Alright, I'm going to get, let's see, 3 Iron and 3 Zinc. I think from now on, I'm not going to bother selling stuff when I do the vitamins, because generally, I don't really have enough things to sell. Like, I guess if I sold everything I had that was good, maybe best case scenario, I could get 1 more vitamin. But honestly, with Amulet Coin, I don't think it's worth it. So I'm not going to sell stuff for vitamins anymore. There you go, Eel. I did see what Sony did with the whole movies thing. Like, apparently it's not a streaming service. Apparently on PlayStation, you could purchase movies for, like, your own viewing pleasure, but then they just revoked people's licenses. You can't view it anymore, and they won't refund people their money. I hope Sony gets sued. Like, there's no way that's illegal. Or there's no way that's legal. Like, I'm sure it's said in terms and conditions that it's you're paying for a license, but there's no way, like, if it's going to be revoked because of, like, licensing disagreements with, like, the movie makers, at least give people their money back, but they don't want to do that. If you're buying 3 and 3, it's better to just buy the HP ups. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I agree with that. You know, GTA 6 just a download code and a wasted game case. That, I 100% agree, should not be a thing. I'm always against that. Like, I understand, like, key cards or key discs. Like, those need a case, but if you're just going to release an empty case with just a code and nothing else, don't even bother. Those have no resale value. At least key cards have resale value because you can actually take the key card and, like, give it to someone else and then they can have the game. It's essentially like having a physical game, except the game's not in the actual cartridge. I know it's worse than just having a physical game on the cartridge outright, but at least that has better resale value than a case with a code in it. Yeah, Dominic, the only GTA I've played is GTA 3. I've tried to get into GTA 5. I played it for a couple hours. It's pretty funny, but it's not my cup of tea. Oh, you know what's funny? The Nintendo YouTube channel released a video talking about the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion remaster coming to Switch 2. And it's not a key card. It's going to be the full game on the cartridge. And you know what all the comments were saying? They were happy it being on the actual cartridge. They were all saying, Nintendo, please don't ever give up on physical games. People were so upset. All the comments were praising Nintendo just for doing what they've always done. But yeah, I remember just how bad, like, streaming was, like, the fact that you're technically paying for a license to access those shows and movies because it's a streaming service, and they can take down specific shows at any time. Like, they don't have to give you your money back if they take down a specific show. You just have to cancel your subscription. But, like, the fact that you purchased a movie through, like, PlayStation, and the fact, like, hey, apparently Fox Studios revoked the license with Sony, so we're removing it for everybody. Like, that's horrendously awful. Yeah, what I was saying earlier about, like, it doesn't matter that 80% of people buy games digitally anyway. Even the people who mainly buy games digitally are upset with that. Like, because here's another example. Let's say, let's just say, what's a good number? Let's say every year 100 million video games are sold. That's still 20 million people who buy physical. That's a huge market. And generally, people who buy physical aren't the people who like buying digital games, because almost every game nowadays that's out on physical is available digitally. But people who buy them, it's because they want them to be physical. So if you just straight up remove physical games, you're losing a lot of customers. And here's the thing, like, discs are incredibly cheap. I think maybe people won't be as upset on it is, maybe if digital games were cheaper. Like, maybe the physical versions were slightly more expensive, digital being cheaper. But then again, that would make physical gaming go out of business even further. GameStop might go out of business at this point. They have plenty of other reasons for going out of business. I doubt it, though, because I saw a post from them that their recent quarters report, like for their earnings for the last 3 months, have actually been the highest they've been in years. Like, I think in a single quarter, the company made like $100 billion in gross profits. Not like actual profits, but just gross. There have been GameStops that shut down all over the country, yes. There used to be 2 GameStops near me, but it was reduced to just 1. There used to be one an hour away from that other one, so 2 hours from me. That one also closed because they were in very small towns. But the singular one that I go to has a lot of people going to it. A lot of people shop there. It's probably because it's the only GameStop in, like, the entire northern section of my state. Physical media for games might as well be pointless. No, they're not pointless. A lot of those games that are coming out for, like, PS5, for example, a lot of those can be physical, because here's the thing with, like, Blu-ray discs. Blu-ray discs can hold up to 100 gigabytes. If you knew how to compress a game, like, Nintendo is very, very good at compressing their games, because they have to fit games on smaller cartridges or smaller discs. They know how to compress their games. If you compress your games, almost anything can be on a physical disc. The problem is, a lot of those big studios, like, they appeal to, like, PC gamers. They don't have any incentive to. Like, get flamethrower. Like, to a lot of game creators who release stuff on, like, Steam, PlayStation, and Xbox, they have no incentive to compress their games because it doesn't affect sales. It just doesn't. Like, there's no incentive to do it. Screw off, dude. That was a crit. Yeah, exactly. They want to get rid of them so they can actually control what you buy. They want it so you can only buy games from the digital store, and then eventually, for no reason, they can just take the game down. And if it's one of those, like, PlayStation games, theoretically, they could just remove the game from you entirely and not even give you your money back. It's just terrible. Okay, I'm going to use some candies. Alright, Phantom Force. I'm going to teach this. Okay, this should be better. Charge Beam? I don't think we need Charge Beam. You know what's funny? I actually saw a video from some sort of local New York City news channel. Apparently, it's somewhere near the Big Apple. There is actually a physical media store, like for old school stuff. They have like DVDs and Blu-rays and VHS tapes. And you can even rent, like, old video games, too. It's the only one of those little rental places in all of the Big Apple. And, they've actually been reporting a huge increase in customers. They're actually getting a lot of Gen Zers renting out VHS tapes and DVDs. Because with how digitized everything is nowadays and all the subscription models just everywhere and raising prices, essentially the younger generation is just rediscovering physical media, and they're realizing just how much better it is. And guess what? If you own, like, a DVD of a movie, guess what? Even if the licensing, like, gets revoked from, like, Netflix and stuff, you can't revoke your physical disc. God. Stupid Reflect. I do have some digital games. Obviously there's Mario Kart World, because it came with my Switch for free. There's also Mario Party, because I wanted to play that with some friends badly. So it was one of the only times I purposefully bought a digital game. It was Mario Party. Let's see, keep... Oh. Keep Rock Smash or teach Hidden Power Fighting? Nah, keep Rock Smash. Charge Beam. Get rid of Razor Leaf. You know what? I'm gonna get hit. I'll teach Hidden Power Fighting over Rock Smash. There actually is a giant mall near the city I live at. It was honestly just dying down for many years. A lot of the stores in it went out of business, including the Sears that used to be in there. There was a Macy's in there until like a year and a half ago when it finally shut down. But then the entire mall essentially got saved by it's by a sporting goods store in the area named Black Sheep Sporting Goods. They purchased the entirety of that mall, and half of the mall is literally just their own stores. I'm not even kidding. Like, the place is essentially a giant sporting goods store with some occasional, like, small indie stores in it. And the mall is pretty much, like, as alive as it could be, because it's a really popular, like, store in the area that a lot of people go to for, like, hunting and fishing gear. You know what's annoying? Like, people say, like, Amazon, Walmart killed the malls. It wasn't Amazon and Walmart that killed the malls. It was the consumers. The consumers did not have to go to those places. They chose to. Essentially, all those malls just got outcompeted. Like, don't be upset at Walmart for putting, like, mom and pop stores out of business. Like, when was the last time you shopped at a mom and pop store? Because remember, Walmart is not forcing you to go to them. All those people who are like, I have to buy my food from Walmart. I don't have a choice. Yeah, you do. There's like 30 different grocery stores in one city. Like, you don't have to go to Walmart just because it's the biggest. Look around. And sometimes, like, I know this is something Walmart will do. Some of their stuff is actually higher priced than some other stores in your area. They can get away with doing it because people just assume they're always the most affordable. You got to do your research. You haven't gone to one since you were a kid? Well, then you can't complain about Amazon killing malls. You can't do that. You have no right to complain about it. I mean, my small town is essentially all local mom and pop stores. I almost never shop at Walmart. Unfortunately, research is impossible. No, it ain't. It's called Don't Be Lazy. I'm not sure what a Mercado is. Man, this thing's damage output just sucks. Damn it. It's oh, it's Spanish for grocery store. Ah, okay. Well, for the average dumb parents that believe everything, yeah, that's true. Yeah, but you're not one of those dumb parents, are you? I'm sure you're not. I go to the mall occasionally for window shopping, but a small mall has a smash it therapy. Oh, I've heard of those. You pay some money, they leave you in a room with like plates and windows, and they give you like a baseball bat, and they give you like 5 minutes to just scream at the top of your lungs and just destroy everything. And then you leave and you're like, ah, I feel better now. I've seen those, yeah. Actually, the mall I was talking about earlier, they have a small little, it's like a card and like game store, like board games, Dungeons and Dragons type of place. It's called Strategy and Games. It's a really impressive looking little store. They get plenty of customers. The problem is their Pokemon cards are insanely overpriced. Like, they make GameStop look cheap. I'm not even kidding. It's really bad. I mean, I'm sure I know why they probably have to do that. They literally live in a mall. I'm sure the rent price for them is very high. They probably have to spend thousands a month in rent. So they have to get the cost from somewhere. But still, I bought a few things from them in the past. They've been expensive literally since like 2022 when I first went there. It was before the scalping problem. Even then they were still overpriced. I just realized I have the exact same attack and special attack EVs. 113. Most malls are still well alive because they're probably in a relatively big city. Amazon isn't that prominent, and there's better competition of big shops inside them. Yeah. You know, speaking of Amazon, I did purchase one thing on there just before the stream. I used my remaining Amazon gift card points. I actually bought a box that's a composite splitter. You plug in like your N64, and it gives you 4 different outputs. but it's an actual physical box instead of those little tiny male-female, like, divide converters, the really shitty ones that probably cost like 12 cents to make. Hopefully it's going to make capturing footage of the N64 or the Wii look a lot better. I bought that in addition to my Elgato. Mega Malamar is worse than Mega Audino. I would agree with that, yeah. I think its design is really good. But then again, though, with the existence of, like, big, giant stores like Walmart and Target, a lot of smaller places do have to try and compete, and it's definitely very hard to compete with them. It doesn't mean it's not impossible, though, because literally in that city I live an hour away from, within 1 mile of the Walmart, there's like 5 other grocery stores, and they're all still in business and get tons of customers. It's because they all find ways to compete with them. Usually, like other stores, like if they're slightly more expensive, they'll try to outcompete them by offering like rewards. Walmart, I don't think Walmart has rewards. I think they have Walmart Plus, which is mainly an online thing. But they'll find ways to compete. Mega Audino design sucks. Wow. I mean, they both look great. I mean, in terms of looks. Alright, I'm going to use one Charge Beam, then Phantom Force. I want to make sure when I use Phantom Force on the Gyarados, it's at +1. Use this one now? Oh my god. Dude, I'm level 66 and I'm still struggling with this. Alright. Okay, let's try this. I think I'm at +3 right now. Okay, I just had to spam Charge Beam. Then again, though, by the end of the day, if those smaller stores don't compete, like, there's a lot of people, like, they don't care about the whole, like, oh, I want to support local businesses. There are people who don't, there's a lot of people who don't care about that. They just want to go where they think they can get the best deals at. And you just got to convince them that they're the better place to shop at. I mean, here, another interesting thing, back when Walmart like first came onto the scene, the giant store at the time was Sears. No one thought Walmart was going to compete with Sears, but they did. And Sears has been out of business for way over a decade. So it's entirely possible. The other problem that Sears had is Sears just wouldn't keep up with the times. Like, it took Sears forever to introduce online shopping, and their website was really bad compared to other places, and people just quit going there. Gourgeist lost the S tier. Dude, Gourgeist has lost the A tier. This mon is addicted to hyper potions. It needs them. Dude, I hate Swalot. I hate Swalot just as much as Muck. They're both bad in their own ways. So back in the day, Australia did not allow Mortal Kombat 9 South Park or have Blood Left 4 Dead 2. I have a PS3 and bought the physical version from the USA and worked for my PS3. Now what? Wait, so the games weren't allowed to be sold? Was it illegal to own? Or it's just stores weren't allowed to sell them? You had to, like, buy them from overseas, right? I mean, then again, I've never shopped in a Sears my whole life. Not even as a kid. I don't think my mom ever took me into a Sears. We did our back-to-school clothes shopping in JCPenney's and Macy's. Back when they were in the mall. That same mall I was talking about that the sporting goods store owns pretty much the entire thing. He can quit whenever he wants. Australia's weird censorship. The censorship laws in Australia and the UK are extraordinarily bad. I feel bad for you, John, sometimes. Like, John, I know, like, in your country, for example, have you known people who've gotten in trouble with law enforcement for posts they've made on the internet? It's just insane to me that something like that could happen. It's not like you're threatening death to somebody. Like, obviously that'd be different if you were threatening to kill somebody. But just, like, having the wrong opinion on something. Plus, I know Australia has that whole law. I think there's like a brand new law over there that took place like last year where they banned like people under the age of 16 from using social media. I think in theory it's a great law. Like, you don't want kids on social media, but one of the biggest problems is the way they track it is you have to upload your ID to them, which what happens if it gets hacked, you know? That's a huge concern all those people have. Two Shadow Ball learns, 4 Trick or Treats. They're really hand-holding you in terms of the move pool. Yeah, it's so weird. I think it's because, like, when the trainers in this game have Pokemon, 99% of the time, they're based on the level-up moves. They wanted to make sure, like, no matter what level the opponent trainer's Gourgeist was, they wanted to make sure it always had Trick or Treat. I think that was their whole intention behind it. Yeah, so back in the day, Australia did not have a ranking of R18 for video games, so it blocked them from being sold. Left 4 Dead 2 was sold but heavily censored. I'm not sure exactly what game this is, but I actually saw a game that came out on the Nintendo Switch that was extremely censored. And people were wondering, like, why is a game coming out for Switch being censored? There's a lot of games on there that aren't censored, like Witcher Wild Hunt 3 or Skyrim. Those games aren't censored. It's apparently because in Japan, they have very strict laws with what can be allowed in games. Like, you can't... Japan essentially doesn't allow, like, M-rated games to be sold in their country, so... in order for your game to be on the eShop, you have to offer separate versions of the game by language. Like, Japan gets its own version, everywhere else gets its own version, but that one specific game, I can't remember the name of, they didn't make multiple versions of the game, they only made one version of the game, So everyone else got the Japanese censored version because they didn't bother making an uncensored version for everyone else. There's a lot of games on the eShop that should be censored. Yeah. There's a lot of anime, like, suggestive stuff for like $3.99. I have any more candies? Alright, 73. Let's give 73 a try. Double team, how dare you? Uh-oh. I genuinely don't like seeing every third new release on the shelf being locked in bedroom with anime cat girl simulator. Yeah. Just a lot of low-effort slop games being on there. It's also kind of funny, like, how a lot of people are blaming, like, the rising price of consoles on, like, the AI boom. Making RAM and, like, GPU just very, very unaffordable. But when you just look at, like, how many times the prices for, like, Xboxes and PlayStations have gone up, and Nintendo has pretty much hardly ever gone up at all. Like, if you look at all the modern prices, I think the Xbox Series X, the 1 terabyte version, is going for like $900. The PS5 Pro is almost $900. The base models are like $600, maybe $700, depending on where you are. But then when you look at Nintendo, the Switch 2 has been $450 for the longest time. But they announced recently that starting in September, they're going to raise the Switch 2 not by like $300, by $50. So the Switch 2 will be $500. So the Switch 2 is, like, with so many people were complaining about the price, they're now the most affordable gaming console by far. It's not even close. Literally, the Steam Machine that just came out, the base model without a controller is like $1,100. And if you want the 2 terabyte version with a controller, it's like $1,300. With now digital only, it means governments can say no movie or game cannot come out, and the age verification thing's gonna be more common. I only agree with like age verification stuff for like dating apps, for example. Like, obviously you gotta block kids from getting on dating apps. That makes a lot of sense, because that can cause a lot of problems. But I know some countries have been trying to roll out age verification for social media usage to, like, try and block kids from getting on it. But a lot of people say, like, it's not about blocking kids' social media. The government wants to track everybody, which that's definitely 2 ways at once of doing it. I mean, yes, it'll help block the kids, but it's also gonna basically just increase tracking by a lot. I mean, at this point, like, I don't have the personal opinion, like, I just don't care anymore, because so much of what you do is tracked anyway. Like, what's one extra thing? Like, we're already tracked so much anyway. The issue is it moves to digital ID. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised, John, if your country already does that. Australia is a huge hellhole when it comes to censorship. Honestly, you're kind of tied with the UK at that rate. Oh, dude. Man. You know, level 76, and I'm still losing to random trainers. Just great. Here's my serious question, though. Like, why do a lot of people... Oh my god, stop. Uh-oh. When did I last save? Okay, that wasn't that bad. Just, I'll take it. Whatever. Here's my question. Like, what's the difference between, like, a digital, like, ID and just, like, a regular ID? Because, I mean, with a regular ID, for example, when they say, like, a digital ID lets the government track you, the government already has all your information anyway. Like, your social security number, date of birth, address. They already know everything about you. Or hackers. I mean... Here's the thing, like, even with physical IDs, hackers are still able to steal your information, because you have to give all your information to websites anyway. Like, you got to give your passwords and stuff to your bank. A bank can theoretically get hacked. Okay, I haven't done this yet. Like, it's a genuine question. No, digital would be required to log in your PC and go online. Ah. Yeah, thankfully, in the US, I don't think a digital ID will ever be a thing. I mean, I at least hope not, but I can't say the same for those other places. Oh my god, dude, stop! Did I at least save before this guy? Fuck, dude, come on! You fucking piece of... Ugh. Yeah, I'm not beating my first run time. This Pokemon just sucks so bad. Well, the issue is that if the UK doesn't, and the EU and Australia, well, companies might make it normal to buy new tech. Yeah, like if those countries require it, they might have to force it everywhere. In my state, kids can't use cell phones during school hours anymore. Honestly, good. Like, even back when I was in high school, I've been in favor of that. People always use the excuse, like, well, what if the kids need to contact you in an emergency? Like, you can just contact the school directly. And besides, if that's that much of a problem, like at a bare minimum, keep the phones in the locker. At a bare minimum, you know? Because I can guarantee you, like, people aren't holding on to phones in class for contacting their parents. We all know that's not the reason. Like, I remember in 9th grade, I was in a debate class, because we all had to take a 1-year-long debate class. And I remember there was a topic on, like, should we allow phones in school or not? Most of my classmates were on the side of yes. I was one of the few who said no, and I pissed off a lot of my classmates. They were, like, starting to yell and, like, try to argue at me, saying, like, well, I've seen you with headphones on while you type an essay, and I said, well, that was on the school's laptops, which are tracked. That's completely different. Schools can't track your phone. And then all the students kept getting mad at me, and the teacher had to tell everyone to calm down. I got 100% on that assignment, by the way. It's one of my most memorable events in high school. because I backed my stuff up with a lot of research. Then they threw stuff at you. I think they would have. I hate this Pokemon so much. You know, it's funny. This is the theme I had to keep hearing when playing Gourgeist in my, what's it called? The Rogue Mega Simulator. I'm gonna teach Rock Smash, actually. Gourgeist still better than Weezing? Oh, absolutely. The main problem with thing is just lack of good setup. What about homework? Here's the thing, like, schools are a lot more digitized nowadays. Like, a lot of, like, higher budget schools will actually have, like, maybe, like, Chromebooks or laptops for classes to use to help type stuff out. Like, here's the thing, like, if there are classrooms that allow the use of, like, Chromebooks, for example, there's no reason to have the phone. No reason. I hope you didn't forget full restores. I don't have any full restores. I still have those hyper potions, though. I hate this Pokemon. I used my last one. Did I? I mean, I'm pretty sure during the main story, at some point, the rival gives you a couple full restores. So I think I'm still fine on that. Yeah, I think if I first try everything, I'm probably going to get like a 153. I'm probably going to probably tie my first run. This Pokemon is just so bad. Yep, 2 full restores. How Galarian Weezing would have done in Moon? I think it still would have sucked, honestly. Because the only Fairy-type TM you get in that whole game is very, very late. Hey, Trevenant, we get to play you later today. Yeah, Galarian Weezing's Poison Fairy, yeah. Ow. Oh my god. Okay, maybe I should have used Return. Fairy isn't even that great in Sun and Moon. It's okay. Defense drop, nice. There we go. Maybe an Adamant Nature was a better call. I don't know. I think Adamant might have been better. Rock Slide. I need Rock Slide. Doug Dimmadome. Home of the Dimmadome. Where do I surf? Where the hell do I surf? Guys, where do I surf? Oh, here it is. Alright, I think for this place, I'm going to use Charge Beam. I think just spam Charge Beam. Bruh. This place is probably not any better, but I have to fight it at some point. Alright, I think here I'm gonna want leftovers. Lefties. Where did I get a white herb? Yeah. God, frickin' poison. Dude, this thing's terrible, dude. So terrible. I went with average size. Dragon Tail. I forgot it. I didn't even know it had that move. Okay, there we go. Would large or smaller have been better? Probably the large one for extra attack and less speed, but... Because here's the thing, I don't want to do a run with the 4 separate forms, so I ended up... You know what? Just do the default form. The average size, I would consider the default form, so I went average size. Alright, I don't think I need to use a track strats. I think I just need to sweep with Rock Slide. Why did I do that move? You know what? The white herb would actually be good here. Flame body, screw off. Alright, I'm just gonna equip this white herb I got. You likely used razor leaf on some grass. Wait a minute, so that mechanic where like grass can show up in the background of like a battle, razor leaf cuts that grass and you could find items from it. So I just got a random lucky white herb. That's actually pretty cool. Man, what a complete and utter change of direction with this fight. How'd it get sub 2 last time? I think I was just insanely lucky. I like where you modded in the link cable. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Well, remember, my last run only had like 12, 15 resets. I hope we get 420. Yeah, hopefully. What the? No. Fuck you, dude. Use your own strat against me. Reflect. Like Gen 1 with Dig. Pretty much. Thank God this thing has really good defense. Alright, at least Phantom Force should one-shot this. 159.58. Dude, this run was bad. I got a 152.01 last time with 23 resets and 4 blackouts at level 80. How in the world did I get a faster time before? Honestly, I think I know why. I think it was because for my first playthrough, I was following Axu's notes. I don't have access to those notes anymore. They were on Pastebin, which my Pastebin account got banned. I'm sure they're deep in the Discord somewhere, but maybe the resets were just in better spots. Yeah, Gourgeist is going to have to stay where it is. I do hope at least we can get Trevenant a better time, because Trevenant is a better Pokemon by far. I used Adamant Nature with Pickup. Oh my god. I mean, it's not like Pickup helped, but I 100% should have used an Adamant Nature. I went completely wrong with the Nature. I was thinking since we had access to special coverage, we should get some extra special attack. That was 100% the wrong call. I should have just used extra attack. If I had 10% more attack, I think a lot of those resets could have been prevented. Well, that sucked. Yeah, my Paceman got banned for just completely no reason. I won't even bother letting it get to the game time. I'm just going to close out of the game. Alright guys, I'll let you take a look at our moveset while I make the ROM. Give me a sec. Or not make the ROM, set my starter. Yeah, this will be a way better Pokemon. Less speed, but way more attack. I'll run a male Trevenant in case we need to use a Tract on Malva. Let's see, this thing does not get Swords Dance. It does get Home Claws, so we don't necessarily need a plus attack nature. I think I might go Jolly Nature for this one. And for our ability, probably Harvest, because with Harvest, when you use a berry, there is a, there's a 50% chance of it being restored at the end of each turn. So if I use a Citrus Berry, I could theoretically get that berry back. And besides, the other abilities are Natural Cure and Frisk. Natural Cure is useless in a solo run. Yeah, Trevenant is going to be way better. Alright, Hidden Power Dark, so perfect stats. And our moveset is going to be Astonish, Confuse Ray, Tackle, Horn Leech. Trick Room. I don't think so. So yeah, unfortunately, Gourgeist is not going to go up in the tier list. Man, I don't like these streams taking so long, but I'm the one who wanted to get them done. Fuck. How this even... I gotta adjust my controls again. Would lonely nature have helped? Probably, yeah. Ah, my eye. Okay. Alright, there's no specific time of day we want. So let's get started. 3, 2, 1, go. I think this Pokemon can definitely get S tier. Where did Gourgeist rank? It didn't even beat the first run. It was slower than my first run by 7 minutes. It was horrifically bad. Like, even in a follow-up playthrough with better skill, I still could not beat that last run. And that last run also had 20 resets. I think I was following notes back then, and it was a little more efficient. I think it was my early to mid-game training. I think the training was so inefficient. It deserves Wolfric tier. Okay, it's not that bad. I mean, I am going to adjust all my tiers by the end of this, so Gourgeist might end up moving down to the D or E tier. Fletchling again. You still have Gourgeist moves? Whoops. Give me a sec. Thought I was forgetting something. Alright. Yeah, a 75 power physical Giga Drain. Really good this early. Like, this Pokemon almost got S tier in my old thresholds. I don't know if it'll get S tier under the new ones. I'm considering making the new S tier sub 135. Or maybe sub 133. I think sub 133 might be a better S tier. I don't know. Let's see if we can get this thing sub 135. Hold on, I want something to damage me. Because I want the heal from Shauna. Give me a Weedle. Thank you. Thank you. No, Harvest does not have a chance of picking up berries. What it does is, when you use a berry during a battle, at the end of each turn, there's a 50% chance you get that berry back. So if I give it a citrus berry, I could theoretically get the citrus berry back and use it again. It could happen multiple times during a fight too, so you could almost have a permanent citrus berry. Growth. Yes, please. Growth raises your attack and your special attack by 1 stage. Whoops. Ride a fish for a cherry berry? There's a problem with that. The only way to get an early citrus berry is there's a guy in Camphrier Town who wants to see a Pokemon of a random type. There's no control. Actually, could you control it? I've actually never tested safe scumming that guy. But anyway, if you show him a Pokemon of the correct typing, he'll let you have one of 6 different berries. You can choose which one you want, and one of them is a cherry berry. That's the only way to get a cherry berry before Grant. But I've never tried safe scumming that thing. I'm gonna try it. I mean, who knows? It might be possible. I mean, we didn't think safe scumming the acrobatics TM was a thing, but apparently it is a thing. You can safe scum it. I think maybe, like, once you talk to him... Uh-oh. I think maybe once you talk to him, it's all set in stone. 1 at 1 HP. Let's go. Whoops. Return. Yeah, I'll take it. The problem is, return's gonna be pretty weak right now. Actually, wait, what's the friendship needed for return to be stronger than tackle? Tackle's 50 base power, so what friendship do I need for return to be better? Okay, let's see. Oh, we do get bulldoze. Do I want bulldoze? Honestly, since we get power-up punch and horn leech, I don't think so. I think we can skip it. 128? Okay. You know what? Set up some growths. Well then. I saved. At least it gets Forest Curse once, unlike Gourgeist. Yeah, Forest Curse is not going to be useful. Right, +3 should be enough. Didn't we use Forest Curse in the Rogue speedrun? Yeah, we used both Forest Curse and Trick or Treat. Ingrain? Could be useful, but eh. I'm gonna make sure to get Home Claws, too. Better than Growth. We get Thief. Yeah, we do. I'm gonna get Thief as coverage. Alright, Grass, Normal, and Dark. Pretty okay coverage, I'd say. Alright, I've never tried safe scumming this guy, so we'll see if it works. Flying types are giving off a good vibe. Okay. Oh, you can safe scum this guy. Oh my god, dude, this is extraordinarily huge. Oh, that is huge. You might be able to safe scum the guy in Black and White 1 as well. I guess cherry berries are now consistent for Grant after all. Ooh, Audino. Yes, please. Do not forget Shadowclaw. Shadowclaw. I'm still a ways away from that. There's a mosquito in here. Love the daylight fireworks. Yeah. You know, fun fact, if you play as Calum, Shauna will tell you, I've never watched fireworks alone with a boy before. But then if you play as Serena, she says, I hope we remain good friends. Yeah, some different people that I know you can save scum for. You can now save scum the guy in this town for the cherry berry. You can save scum the acrobatics lady. In Black 2 White 2, you can save scum the breeder that gives EV reduction berries. And most likely the guy who give you the cherry berry in Castalia City as well. So yeah, a lot of those people you can actually save scum. You can also save scum the berry trees in Sun and Moon. That's actually an incredible discovery. Like, I'm just thinking back to all the different X and Y runs I've done where I could have had a cherry berry the entire time if I had just known you could save scum him. That guy's 100% the default for me. I always thought it was a girl that I wanted to be the girlfriend. By chance it is cute. I think it's to mean like Shauna has a bit of a crush on Calum. Probably why she says that. Wait, your team gets... Oh, no, it doesn't. Oh, I don't have any repels. Yeah, apparently everyone else gets the girls except me. Eh. It's a fact of life by this point. Okay, we actually do get Rock Smash. I might want this for Grant. It's gonna be better than Thief, honestly. Alright, so Shadow Claw is, it's right before the final exit. Horn Leech will deal more damage than Rock Smash, even on the 4 times super effective Amora. Well, I guess what about dark types? Let's see. Super effective Rock Smash is 80 power. Horn Leech was stab. Okay, so technically Rock Smash is better on Hound Hours. But I think at that point, Return would just be better. You know what? Yeah, you're probably right. Horn Leech, Shadow Claw, Return Home Claws. This will probably be my moveset for a decent chunk of the game. Bro. Wait. Can Kalem win the fight for you? Dude, I've never seen this guy. Oh. What the fuck? Dude. What? When did I last save? Nope. I'll just accept the blackout. Well, at least good to know that the rival can still win the fight for you unless they're absolutely stupid. Yeah, use Quick Attack. The guy... Didn't that Scraggy have Moxie? I didn't see. Dude, that was so stupid, man. Man, unlucky with the wild encounters in here. Oh, so it was building up Moxies. In that case... Yeah. Yeah, definitely from now on, when I do that Team Flare battle, I'm always going to go for the Scraggy first, unless I'm weak to poison. Yeah, that was a very bad blackout, dude. I mean, I made that save state because I had no idea where my last save was. And when I saw how far back it was, I'm like, nah, I'm just gonna take the blackout instead. +5 friendship. I'm gonna go fight Grant right away. Bulbq finally got back to me for the thingy's chatbot. It's called streamerbot.exe. Okay, I'll take a look at it. Thank you. So, is that like a YouTube bot you use to like introduce like channel points to your channel and like redeem stuff? But he mostly doesn't want to throw the fight. Yeah, he'll just throw the fight by using what's that water Z move called? Hydro Vortex. I mean, I've only ever seen it happen a couple of times. It's quite rare, but it has happened. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do. Equip a cherry berry. So with how harvest will work, at the end of each turn, there's a 50% chance I get my berry back. Yeah, how is better than hop, 100%. See, I just got my cherry berry back. It would have helped if I needed to do more setup. But hey, I can use the cherry berry for someone else if I want to. But the most useful berry that I can use harvest for is citrus berry. Dang, Golbat's scary. Yeah, it's such a shame this thing doesn't get Swords Dance. Most grass types love getting Swords Dance, but unfortunately this thing doesn't get it. So I'll just have to stick to Hone Claws. Which unfortunately, Hone Claws has that extra added benefit of increasing your accuracy as well. But most of the moves I'm going to be using are 100% accurate, so that aspect is just useless to me. Or Power-Up Punch, yeah. When I get access to Power-Up Punch, I'm deleting, I'm gonna delete Return. Dude, that thing's using Sand Attack on me. Knock it off. Uh-oh. Charm. Yeah, Z Nature Power is pretty cool. So is Z Metronome. That was close. Alright, serious question. Do you guys think this Pokemon can get under an hour 40 minutes? Yes? Ooh, you think it can? I think it can as well, yeah. Although, the low speed is gonna bite this thing in the butt. Oh yeah, this thing's way better than Gourgeist. That's no competition. Gourgeist is just not a good Pokemon. It's terrible. It has a good pacing. It depends on how Malva goes, pretty much. Yeah, and Drosna. Oh my god, dude. Wait. I don't think I saved, so I'm gonna take that blackout. Yeah, I think at this point, I think we've officially learned how valuable healing moves are in X and Y. Wolfric is a potential headache? Nah. If we were a special attacker, maybe, but Wolfric falls apart to physical attackers. Will-O-Wisp. You know, funny thing with work right now, ever since I've been given more responsibilities as a department manager, I'm gonna have to work 6 days in a row right now. My Monday was Tuesday, and normally my Friday is on Saturday, but now my Friday is gonna be on Sunday instead because we have store-wide inventory coming up. Every quarter, we gotta inventory the whole store, and I have to inventory my department. We just count everything and see how much money and value is there. Yeah, fun stuff. What department? Dairy and frozen. At my local grocery store. I've worked as the helper to the old dairy frozen manager for about 5 years. So I've essentially been training for this job for 5 years. Is the change good or a bad thing? Hey, I like my job a lot better now. Like, funnily enough, even though I've been given more responsibilities, I actually do like the job more. It just feels nice to actually be in charge of something. Knowing, like, if something goes wrong, it's on you. It motivates you to do better. You can never find someone at Walmart. Well, yeah, I don't work at that shithole, so yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah, it's also a sense of pride, too, yeah. Well, the pay bump I got was also pretty good. Like, just for taking the promotion, I got an extra $2 an hour immediately. And once the yearly evaluations come up, we have yearly evaluations every January. There is the potential I can get another one. So I'm just trying to prove I can do a better job than the previous guy, and who knows, it might be a decent bump. We'll see. Sucks when things are beyond your control. That was how I felt working under the last guy, because the guy was slacking in his work, like in his final couple of months, and I just wanted to pick up the pace, but there was just stuff out of my control. There was nothing I could do about it. Like, it's so frustrating, but having things in your control, even though you have to do more stuff, it actually feels less stressful. I mean, I worked at that place literally since my senior year of high school. I worked there 3 days a week while in high school. Funnily enough, my senior year was during the aftermath of COVID. Oh, 244 friendship. Ow. I don't have any vitamins, so I'm gonna have to hold off on that. It must have been those blackouts. Yeah, during the COVID, they had Fridays off school to quote-unquote clean the place. I highly doubt they did any cleaning. But I just used that time to work 3 days a week. There was actually a 3-month period in high school I worked 2 jobs. Because I was in the middle of a job transition from my first ever job to this current job. Honestly enough, with the previous guy, he wasn't nitpicking me, I was nitpicking him. He didn't get fired or anything, he had to be let go because of health problems. I won't get into many details on that, though. Okay, use some more home cloth. I need to just set up on the meow stick. Because here's the thing, I can use Horn Leech to get my health back. $247 for... Yep, I don't have enough for Lucky Egg. Rip. But you know, it's weird because of the fact I'm going to have to work 6 days in a row. It technically does not qualify me for overtime because that 6th day takes place on Sunday, which is the start of a new week, according to the work calendar. So I won't apply for any overtime, which is unfortunate. And another unfortunate thing is to prevent the next week from giving me overtime, potentially, my boss just swapped around one of my days off. So instead of having Sunday and Monday off, I'll have to work that Sunday, but I get Monday off. Then I have to work Tuesday and Wednesday, then get Thursday off, then Friday, Saturday, and then I'm off Sunday, Monday. Like, it's so weird. Like, my schedule is just going to be a complete shit show. Like, I was just getting used to my new schedule. Like, I had my old schedule for, like, over 4 years, and now I all of a sudden have to change my routine. Like, literally, the way I memorized the days of the week, I don't know if this is just me, but the way I've memorized the days of the week is by the events that took place. So, like, if I'm at work and it's, like, and it's, our delivery day, and there's a lot of stuff because our sales ad is coming up, I'm like, oh, it must be Friday. Or, oh, it must be Tuesday. But no, since my schedule's all over the place, I'm like, what day is it? Oh my god, dude. Okay, I think I need to use Quick Claw. Like, I can't be the only one, right? The one who associates what day of the week it is with the events that happen. But if the events that take place for you are slightly in a different order, then you start to not memorize what day it is. Rock Tomb? Heal? How about giving me a move I can actually learn? Give me a move I can actually learn. Don't get my hopes up like that, dude. Ooh, I actually survived. Nice. Oh, Ramos is actually going to be very bad. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, gosh. Alright, early candies. You know what? This is a good use for the citrus berry. Citrus berry with harvest. Every time it gets used, there will be a 50% chance I get it back. Alright, I got it back, and I just got more health because of it. Alright, the citrus berry is gone, but I used that citrus berry 3 times. Hey, it's actually nice seeing Harvest get an actual good use. I mean, the one on Grant wasn't completely necessary, but it helped. But that Ramos fight, I would not have beaten Ramos without that renewable citrus berry. Oh, I'm at 255 friendship now. I need to fly back and go get that lucky egg. Would you ever use harvest on eggs? What the heck are you talking about on eggs? What? Alright, I gotta go back and get that lucky egg. Oh, on Executor. I mean, I don't know. What's its other ability? Chlorophyll? I don't know. Getting a speed boost in the sun for X and Y would be pretty useful. I don't know. Debatable. I mean, unless you're talking about Sun and Moon, because I'll have to play it in Sun and Moon at some point. I don't know. I feel like Cantonian in Alolan... I don't know if Alolan Executor gets Chlorophyll, but I feel like the speed boost from Sun is going to be very useful, so I don't think I'd give it Harvest. Alright, so yeah, we'll see where I'm at once we hit the hour mark. What ability did I get the Sand Slashes? You know I can't say that on stream. That's gonna spoil people. You know I can't do that. The Alolan one does not have Harvest or Chlorophyll. It doesn't have Chlorophyll? Oh, okay. The Alolan one, it's either Frisk or Harvest. Well, Frisk is absolute garbage, so probably Harvest. Yes, but yeah, Masters, I can't reveal that stuff if the video hasn't been released yet. My general rule is, I don't allow people to talk about, like, the stuff that's in my newest video until it's been at least 24 hours. Like, if I do a stream the day a video comes out and you try to, like, talk about something that happened, I'll delete your message. Because I don't want people to accidentally get spoiled. But once it's been, like, at least a whole day, then I don't mind it. Uh-oh. I've got, like, no healing items. Yeah, I saw that, Dominic. That's why I, deleted your message. So no talking about it in the mega races? Pretty much. Ever since I changed my upload schedule to be on Saturdays. It's just because I do the voiceover on Mondays, which is one of my days off now. And doing it on that day will give me 4 days to get the video edited. And with Pokemon Moon, there's 4 Kahuna fights. So you can easily divide off each day and just do in one island. It just helps. Horn Leech is my healing item. Yeah, but literally everything here resists Horn Leech. Uh, 40, 80... Got this one. Huh. Oh, that is bad. This is bad. I used up all those super potions I bought. I know a guy in here who sells fresh water. I had to pay an extremely high price for that water. Oh my god, dude. Frickin' hate these sons of bitches. Yeah, Mythbusters was pretty fun. You think you do a race with all 4 forms? I highly doubt it. Dominic, we explained it earlier. Gourgeist come in 4 different sizes. Small, average, large, and super size. Also, hyenas are technically not canines. You really have to be the actually guy, don't you? What's the best form? I don't know. I just did the average size just because I felt like it was the default size. Probably the super size one because it's got better bulk and attack in exchange for less speed. You know, I could use the citrus berry for Clement. Also, as soon as I get Phantom Force, I'm going to delete Shadow Claw for it. Yeah, I hate actually people. It's annoying. It doesn't matter like whether what Eel said was right or not. Like he felt the need to say that. Phantom Force, yes please. I'm paralyzed. I mean, I don't super hate it, just don't be too annoying with it. I'm starting to realize that. It's just instinctive to me. Yeah, I can tell. It's kind of why Shadow Stitch hates you. Dude, all those ladies on the left and right look like they had a ditto face. Did you guys see that? Rare for Shadow Stitch to hate people? No, it ain't. He hates a lot of people. The guy bullies me all the time with how bad my play is in Champions. I used to be for myself. I have to try not to, for me, if I hear someone say something wrong and it gives me pain to not correct them, so I have to not listen to it. Dominic, I wasn't talking to you. Well, I mean, Eel, you hang around in my Discord server a lot when I do those moon playthroughs. And, I mean, I tolerate you because I've known you for a while, but to, like, people who, like, join for the first time, and then they, like, hear, like, you, like, interrupting all the time, being the Actually guy, it does annoy a lot of new people. Like, I'm used to it, but newer people may not be. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, this Pokemon's still doing pretty decent. Oh no, not my special attack. Masters, I don't even know what it is you just said. Dude, I hate this guy. This guy just has one single Gumi. You at least have something that's worthwhile. Quagsire, everyone say Quaghay. Come on. 2 Quaghays in one day. Pretty rare. Quagsire has come to bless us, so hopefully we can get an S-tier performance. There you go. Everyone did a good job today. Yeah, I think from now on, the default vitamin, like after I buy like protein/calcium and sometimes carbos, I think instead of like irons and zincs, the default vitamin should just be HP ups, because HP up counts for both bulks. Yeah, I don't know where Boss KO is. He's severely disappointed Quagsire. No, Annie's, the stuff Annie would type is way more annoying. Learning Mr. Mime's now part fairy. Well, imagine like Whitney. Like she had Clefairy on her team, and now she's like, oh man, it lost its normal typing. I have to find somebody else. Woodhammer, no. I might be able to clear out the Frost Cavern in under an hour. Woodhammer is the equivalent to Double Edge, yes. Damn it, dude. And challenge runs around the globe will rejoice due to no more metronome shenanigans. I've actually watched some old Worcester clips of the Whitney fight recently. Oh my god. There was a metronome transform, metronome sacred fire. Why didn't Elena appear in ZA? Most of the other admins didn't even appear. I feel like it was a huge missed opportunity. Maybe not all of them came back, but like maybe in like the Rogue Mega Dimension DLC, like something. Not just in the anime, but in the games. Like, it was actually confirmed in Legends ZA that Malva actually took part in a plot to kidnap a Veltal, but not only did the mission end in failure, the Team Flare resources were actually dwindled, and if it wasn't for them, and the fact that the forces were dwindled after that was the reason your friends are actually able to reach the ultimate weapon, because if it weren't for them failing a Veltal, they would have had zero chance of getting to the ultimate weapon. It's actually what a bunch of NPCs in ZA say. Legends ZA built upon a ton of lore in Kalos. Oh, the Mega Charizard X trainer. It's because that guy is an anime character, he's not from the games. Alright, let's see if I can defeat Mabel in under an hour. I did save here, right? No, I did not. Did anyone see if that Fire Fang crit? There's no way it should have done that much damage. Oh, yeah, that face, it completely shocked me. Like, yeah, I haven't made that face in a long time, because that just threw me off guard. I was at full health. Like, can anyone rewind the stream and tell me if that Houndoom crit me? Because I was at full HP. There's no way that should have crit. That was likely foul play. Well, either way, though, whether it was foul play or not, did it crit? Trying not to laugh, yet you already typed in the laugh emojis. You're doing a great job. It wasn't a crit. You know what? That might have been because I used Power Up Punch. Let me use a different move. Let me use Horn Leech. Embargo. Go. My god, dude, this game hates me. Oh, you know what? This item could be useful. The Big Root. This will make Hornleech heal more HP. Foul Play was a guaranteed OHKO, so no. So wait, would Foul Play have been a guaranteed knockout? Even if I didn't get +1 with Power Up Punch? Serious question. Because I did use Power Up Punch, which made my attack even better. I don't need to rewatch it. I saw my own face through the webcam. Oh, YouTube doesn't let you clip things anymore? I remember it used to. Paralyzed 2 times in a row. No, but it could still KO you 2 out of 16 times. Oh, so it was a rage. Okay. So what I'm basically hearing, me going for Power Up Punch was my downfall. That's what you're basically saying. Don't worry, it'll be a lower level next time. Dude, that thing always seems to use the correct screen. Alright, so 105 Olivia. Not the best, but not the worst. Not likely getting sub 130. I kind of agree with that, yeah. Hey, remember Shadow Claw? Would you like it again? Dude, I hate how slow we are. It's just causing problems, dude. I hate grass types. I just hate them. Honestly, here's a real question. Has this thing struggled more because of its grass typing or its ghost typing? What's the speed of that Pyroar? You know what? I haven't used candies in quite a bit. You think the ghost typing's been worse? Been worse? Honestly, I'd say so, yeah. Still outspeeds me. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, they got better re-ranks because they're far better Pokemon. Alright, I'll just have to be at full HP. Being at full HP doesn't matter. 125 speed? Okay, yeah, I am nowhere close to outspeeding that. Okay, so I think in that case... either Big Root or Quick Claw. I'm gonna try Big Root. I think no matter what, here's the problem. I can't set up enough. Because that Pyroar outspeeds. Sadly, we don't have another Citrus Berry. Technically, there is one more we can get. It's back in Dendemil Town. But you know, I don't think that item's going to be useful either. I gotta get a Fire Blast miss. John, I've been doing Power Up Punch on the Pyroar. The problem is, I don't outspeed the frickin' bastard. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go get that Citrus Berry. X and Y is very difficult to solo run. It's very hard. Wrong city. Dendemil Town's where I want to go. Here. Hopefully for Cyrus 2, I'll at least have more XP. What's the point of Hone Claws? Boost my attack. This game hates me. I went back and got the Citrus Berry, and just got a Fire Blast miss anyway. Focus Punch, Power Punch already does that? Yeah, that's true, but what about targets that resist Power Up Punch? I have Power Up Punch for fighting coverage. Like, John, I don't want to be forced into just using Power Up Punch every single fight if I don't want to. Dude, do I have to keep this Citrus Berry equipped for the whole thing? I don't want to. I want the Lucky Egg. The first mon you were setting up on, you didn't need to use Hone Claws. Accuracy didn't matter. I mean, yeah, for some fights, I would prefer Power Up Punch, yeah, but it doesn't mean Hone Claws is useless. I thought you were asking me, like, what's the point of Hone Claws, period? Like, you're saying I should delete it off my moveset. I am not deleting Hone Claws. It's just unfortunate my best fighting coverage is Focus Punch. We don't even get Low Sweep. Trust me, if I could have gotten Low Sweep, I would have had that instead of Power Up Punch. I never said delete. It was more you used it and lost a bunch of health. Oh, you want to know another disadvantage of Power Up Punch, John? One disadvantage. It's kind of like using Mud Slap on Red's Pikachu versus Sand Attack. Here's the thing, like with Power Up Punch, what if I knock out the opponent too early and I haven't done my full setup yet? That's something that can happen. Honestly, with this Pokemon, I just want to beat my original time. My original time, I believe, was like a 135. Not 135. It was like a 140. Like, I think it was like a 142. 142. Alright, guys. At least Mabel lowered the level of her Houndoom. I prefer Aura Sphere over Power Up Punch. You think I can get Aura Sphere, though? Yeah, and it's a contact move as well, yeah. You know, fun fact I've learned about Team Flare? Team Flare is actually the only evil team up to Generation 7, I believe, that did not receive its own custom 3DS wallpaper. Apparently the reason that it didn't get one was because they didn't have enough time to do it. Dude, themes were one of the best things the 3DS did. I hate how even the Switch 2 just has light mode and dark mode. You need, like, have a custom theme shop, like, where people spend like $2 for a custom theme. People would pay tons of money for themes for Switches. But sadly, they're just not a thing anymore. Is Earthquake easy to get? No, it's not. It's very out of the way. I'm not just saying that just because I'm reading Eel's message. It's the route before that little gate building to Victory Road. You have to solve a giant boulder maze and fight a ton of optional trainers. I thought I said... I'm close to rage quitting the stream, I swear to God. I am so mad. So mad. Dude, the only reason I lost to that Zerosic fight, that Crobat flinched me twice. Honestly, some of these Pokemon on this tier list, I'm debating I don't even want to play them anymore. Like, I'm looking at Pokemon in my lower tiers, like Slurpuff, Aromatisse. I don't want to replay them. I just don't. Honestly, I think after this, the only X and Y Pokemon I'm willing to re-rank is Genesect, Clawitzer, and Dragalge. Those are the only ones I want to re-rank. I know Dragalge is all the way in the bottom of the F tier, but I know Dragalge can get a better time. I just played that run super bad. Are you saying I shouldn't rage quit because there's nothing else to watch? Funny. Whoops. If you rage quit, there's always champions. No, this stream's gone on for too long. I'd say save the low tiers for streams like Scott's and Ike. Well, no, here's the thing. Like, would I want to replay Slurpuff or Dedenne? They're bad Pokemon. They're very bad. Like, I don't want to replay them. I just don't. And honestly, replaying these Pokemon have just made me just reconsider. I mean, I know Trevenant is like top of my A tier. Like, it's a good Pokemon, but it's just been extremely frustrating today. Bad mons are not worth replaying. Yeah, even with far better skill, I'd say even hardware improvements, it's not worth it. Unfortunately, though, my level's not where I want it to be. I'm only level 62. Where's... do I get... Of course I don't get Brick Break. Yeah, I'm only... after this, I'm only going to replay Clawitzer, Dragalge, and Genesect. The other runs, I'm just going to leave alone, then just adjust the threshold. In Omega Ruby, though, I am going to want to replay everything because I'm completely changing my rule set for Omega Ruby. Hey, I outspeed Pyroar this time, at least. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, Genesect with the Faithful Encounter flag so it can get the drives is going to make it a lot better. Is it just ZA or do you mean all low tiers? What are you talking about? I was talking about, like, low on my tier list. What? Alright, +3 attack. Horn Leech. Yeah, Horn Leech is a better idea. I'm not going to rage quit, though, because this could still theoretically beat the first run. Let's see. I got a 140-43. Thing is, can I beat the champion in 19 minutes? I think if I get no further issues from here, maybe. Because once the Team Flare section's over, it's essentially the end of fire types. I don't really have to face any other fire type users except Malva. There are way too many admins, yeah. Autocorrect has me saying dumb stuff. Well, what did you mean to say? What about Chad Frick? I hate Axu calling that guy that. Dude, I don't think Wolfric is going to be that bad. Wolfric isn't good against physical attackers. His Cryogonal has no defense. And, I guess Abalug's got great defense, but the problem is you usually end up so overleveled by that point. Alright, as soon as I level up to level 66, I'm just about to level up, I'm going to use some more candies. That thing just used 3 stockpiles and used Swallow. Great gameplay. Honestly, I hope these streams just prove to people that X and Y are not easy games to solo run. I think they're one of the hardest. Like, I literally think X and Y solo runs... did I save? Time to make another save state. Okay, I did. We're good. Like, even with my much better skill at X and Y now, because I've gotten way better with all this practice, even despite all that, these games are still very hard. Dude, I hate foul play. Gen 5 through 7 are hard. Okay, Black and White 1, no. Black 2, White 2 in challenge mode, it's difficult, but not as difficult. X and Y is pretty difficult. Mega Ruby Alpha Sapphire is honestly one of the easier games. Pokemon Moon is obviously way harder than X. Pokemon X is probably the second hardest game I solo run. I'd say third is probably Heart Gold Soul Silver. Okay, Sun and Moon are not easy. At least I outspeed that Pyroar. That Pyroar has become slower. Did it change natures? That's funny. Whoops. I don't know why the camera angle sometimes randomly changes. I would have given Pyroar a bit extra speed and more special attack. Seems like they really wanted to presume their new 3D capabilities. What does that have to do with the speed? Camera? Ah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I can't really figure out what causes it. It's just random. Hey, for once, I'm not paralyzed. At least medium fast is going to be good for us now. Yeah, I outsped the Aerodactyl, but not a flippin' Pyroar. Also, I might just start getting that, Max Ether from now on, because I've been running a bit tight on PP items in the league. How likely is it that I can beat my first run at this point? I mean, I've been noticing with very good Pokemon, I can get through the Victory Road in like 5 minutes. But I think even if I got through in 5 minutes, yeah, there's just no way. There's just no way I can beat the first run. Just way too much went wrong. Depends on Wolfric. I mean, there's always a very narrow chance, yeah. But I wouldn't keep my hopes up. Dude, I've been streaming almost 4 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna change the streams for the rest of the week. I'm only gonna re-rank 3 more X and Y Pokemon. They'll be in separate streams. I think just another reason I've been upset today is because it just feels like a complete waste of time if I replay 2 Pokemon and neither one of them got a better time. Like, if one thing can get a better time, I'd be happy. Alright, if I can get through the Victory Road in like 4 minutes or so, I might be able to just barely get sub 140. He threw the fight with Curse. He definitely did, yeah. Do I have any candies? Yeah, 1. Don't use it. I'm about to level up. Flow state. What the hell? Elkareem sent a gift? Sent flows for 200 jewels? What the fuck? What is that? I gotta look this up. That's gotta be some sort of new YouTube feature I don't know about. What is that? Does that count as a donation? no idea, it just popped up. Is YouTube finally introducing, like, channel points or something? Channel points is, like, one of the only things that Twitch chats still have going for it. Like, if they could just add some sort of point system to YouTube for, like, redemptions and stuff, then YouTube will become the better place to stream than Twitch. Fun fact, Calum's Jolteon is the second fastest Pokemon in the game at 180 speed, but it's only Calum's Jolteon. Serena's Jolteon, if you pick Chessman, does not have a plus speed nature. Calum's does. I figured this out from looking at some X and Y trainer data spreadsheets that speedrunners use. Alright, the Elite 3 now. Thankfully, it seems like that Trevenant doesn't have Shadow Force. Alright, thankfully, the second veteran here, all of her Pokemon are weak to fighting moves, so she's not going to be much of an issue, I don't think. A jewel equals a penny. That's probably some sort of foreign currency. $78, nice. I can use my 2 candies now. Send thumbs up for 10 jewels? The flip. Alright, so if we can first try almost everybody, we might be able to beat 140-43. Ow. How are we defeating Malva and Wickstrom? Wickstrom, I plan to use a mix of Power-Up Punch and Phantom Force. Malva, I'm most likely going to use Quick Claw. Ow. Cotton Guard. Well, rip. I'm not beating it. I think I need to use one extra power-up punch. See, John, I don't know if you're still here. Power-up punch makes contact. Just thought I'd let you know that. Flinch. Alright, I'm not... I need leftovers. Honestly, I should just never replay things ever again. This is why I hate second playthroughs. This is why I think second playthroughs, should only be saved for very good Pokemon. Like Xerneas and Yveltal. And Mienshao. Also, I might start depositing my HM users from now on just because of that stupid Druddigan. Well, the thing is, I don't really like doing second playthroughs. The only reason I did second playthroughs for X and Y was because my skill in X and Y was not that good, and re-ranks is a good way to boost your skill. That was the only reason I did them. I mean, I'm going to have to re-rank all my Orhas runs because I'm changing my rules, and I want my Orhas runs to be better anyway. Also, Wickstrom's Clef Key is cheating, because the TM for Flash Cannons in the post-game, I have no access to that. See, Wickstrom wasn't that hard. Alright, I just hope I can at least outspeed the Pyroar. Alright, at least I do. Wait. Gale Wings. Brave Bird always has priority. You know what? At least I survived. Send a high five 100 joules. No, I don't got this. This is worse. This is a worse run. Both of my playthroughs today were worse than my first runs. Both of them. Do you guys have any idea how extremely frustrating that is to me, that I just did a 4-hour stream just for both runs to be suckish? But still though, the one bright side of me doing these re-ranks is it's helping my X and Y skill set get better. Sap Sipper, god damn it. What's a hidden ability? Oh, Gale Wings is a hidden ability? Oh, okay. Never mind. That's a pretty big silver lining. More like a small silver lining. Press F for 10 jewels. My god, this is stupid. Well, at least I now know for the future. Deposit your HM users in the league. That Draudigan's got Dragon Tail. Also, X and Y solo runs are not easy. Just because the game is easy when you have a team of 6, does not mean the solo runs are easy. Solo runs of this game are very hard and brutal. It just doesn't help as well, there's just so much to memorize. Stuff is just everywhere. You know what? You know what? Here, I'm gonna send, you know what? Here, I'm gonna send out 5 free memberships. Let's see who the lucky people are. Yes, sir. I've seen yes, sir in chat before. All these other people I've never seen in chat before. They're probably just subscribers. You know what? I'll do one more. Someone got a subscription again. Crazy Trollman, 4213 Dead, Bro, Fesserbon, OG Kane, 7439. John, these aren't people watching on TV. Memberships gifting on YouTube goes to random subscribers. You have to be a subscriber, and you on your YouTube channel, like a YouTube account, you have to allow gifted memberships. Honestly, Dominic, the chance of you getting one would probably be like 1 in 1,500 to 2,000. Yeah, you can't gift memberships to specific people. Oh well. At least my skills in X and Y has been getting a lot better. Anyway, thank you all stand by to appreciate it. The next stream will be tomorrow, but it will not be Slurpuff Romatisi. Tomorrow, I'm going to re-rank just Genesect. Just Genesect. And then, Clawitzer and Dragalge. I don't know if I'll probably do it in one stream for Friday, but Thursday, I'm not doing Slurpuff Romatisi, I'll do Genesect. And then next week, I'll start doing the Pokemon Conquest streams. But anyway, why don't we, before we go, why don't we adjust our tiers? I think our new S tier, let's try 135. That immediately eliminates a bunch. Holy crap. Everything up here is like one, you know what? That S tier might be too generous. Let's go 133. 133. 138, 140. That might be a bit too spread. Let's go 145. 150, 155, 2 hours. 2:15. And this 2:30. So yeah, what do y'all think of this? Do you think under 133 should be the S tier? Under 135 seems too generous because the gap between Granbull and Klefki is like an entire 5 minutes. Klefki is definitely not an S tier Pokemon. Granbull felt like an S tier. Honestly, there's a better argument for 130 being the S tier. But I think for now, I'll make it 133. 130? You know, Trevenant was worth the re-rank, but not Gourgeist. None of these were worth it, John. Both of them got slower. But in the end, though, Trevenant was placed higher on the scale. You know what? Sub 130 should be the S tier. Because S tier should be for extraordinarily good Pokemon. I'm going to keep these bottom tiers alone, but how's this look? Yeah, how's this look? Yveltal was not able to get it because it got 130 on the dot. If it weren't for 1 second, Yveltal would be in the S tier. But honestly, Yveltal being in the A tier at the end of the day does still make sense because of its starting set. You know, yeah, this will be our placement. So yeah, tomorrow we'll re-rank Genesect alone, and then for Friday we'll do Clawitzer and Dragalge. All these other species, I'm leaving them the hell alone. Look at that. Trevenant and Chestnut got demoted down to the C tier. Anyway, though, I'll see you